Good morning. It's 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Friday, so it's time for relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. So there's my hands. I'm here to continue working on some of the minifigs that were printed last weekend on our Rosin printer. Okay, and these are maybe will show up in our stream. I don't know. We'll see. I made a couple of changes in the studio. One is microphone is moved. I don't know if that's helping or not. If anybody's listening in, does the sound better or not? Our Dungeon Mistress will probably check in a little bit later just to see how the sound quality is compared to what it was before we moved the microphone. The other is to improve contrast. We were working on this gray surface with these gray models, and the last ones I painted were cultists who were painted in gray, so the contrast wasn't very good. So we tried to improve that. One was to try maybe use this tray, because the blue would be, a nice surface. But when I turned on the preview, as you can see, unless you want to be staring into multiple reflections of the camera's little halo light, that's just not going to work very well. It's also a raised surface, which made it a little bit harder for me to reach. So I'm going to use a low-tech solution today, which is to put down a white paper towel, and that will provide a little more contrast. I think the camera does not like white. You can see that. But the blue isn't going to work. It's just too reflective. And that's going to get in the way of whatever I'm doing. At least it'll get in the way of the stream. So, I don't know, maybe I'll just do that. We'll just do that. It's worked for all of these many sessions, and we'll look for something that is not quite so white. Oh, of course, I didn't think of this. I could just get a piece of cardboard, which we have much of laying all over the place, and use that instead. And maybe I'll do that a little bit later. So on Wednesday, I started minifigs again, and I finished these cultists. I will put them on the white because the gray doesn't show. Okay. They look pretty culty. They came out well. The wash worked. The black wash worked on the robes, showing all the folds and things. And yeah, anyway, there they are with their ineffective daggers posing away. So we're going to put those aside. And what I started working on next are these warriors. Also pretty gray, at least silver. But I'm going to be painting their capes blue, azure blue on the inside and a little bit darker on the outside. And that's what I'll be starting on today, is painting capes. Okay. And then after the capes are done, I'll be touching up the armor, because I don't know if you can see it very well, but getting the capes, insides of the capes painted is going to be quite a challenge, because they go in behind and up to and inside, when there's all sorts of little nooks and crannies in the inside that make contact almost but not quite with the armor. So I'll be using a little tiny brush and applying little bits of paint to these capes, attempting to get them painted without painting all over the metal. And when I do, because it's going to be really hard otherwise, we'll just touch it up with the metallic, go back and forth until it looks good. So I'm going to make the white go away, because that's upsetting the camera. Yeah, I'm going to be pulling out azure blue, and that's the color we're going to be using on the cape. Okay. I don't see anybody joining chat yet, so I'm not sure if everything's working or not. Looks like it on this end, but if not, someone will tell me. I'm going to give this a stir on the paint shaker. Yeah, I don't talk to this because I know everybody really loves to hear the buzzing noise in the background. Right, take off my glasses, try to get my eyes to focus up close. Get out a tiny, but not the tiniest brush, because there's a fair amount of surface area to cover, as well as difficult places. Practice a little bit. Getting it in there, and down there. A lot of it depends on, how you hold these figures. This is down here. It's an unfortunate thing. It shows, but it's very hard to reach. Anyway, can't finish unless you get started. Hi. My big chat screen isn't working. Oh, no, you didn't tell me to do a flip. You should have done that, but I'll take that as a request now, and I will do a flip for you, because it was very nice of you to let me know that everything seems to be working. I'm reaching here to find something to flip. I'm going to take, this is going to be really risky here. You ready? I'm going to flip the Quick Cure Epoxy Hardener bottle. It's, I don't know, like about 8% used up. That was pretty dramatic, isn't it? Whoa. Rotate it too. And it makes a lot of noise, and it's now on the floor. Okay, maybe I'll just stick to like flipping a toothpick. That might just be an easier and safer thing to do. So yes, it was good. That was a good way to, just another example of avoidance there. So let's squeeze out some of this Azure paint and start applying it to the inside of the cape. I'm going to get it around the edges of the outside. I don't care about that because that's going to get painted over. But I want to, see, it's already on the metal. Because the brush, unless the paint was just totally, completely, and only on the tip of the brush, and it wasn't. I'll have to come back and just actually touch that up. I don't want a lump. Okay, even though this levels pretty well, I don't particularly want a lump of paint on the model there. So we'll be seeing the dark aluminum paint again for sure. Okay, so that part is painted azure blue, as is the shoulder. Here. get it up. Try to get the paint pushed up inside between the arm and the okay, from that angle at least. And then there's this little bit here behind the arm. To the side edge of the cape. I could paint the edge of the cape this azure color. You know what I mean? You know, the edge. And try to push the dark blue up to it. Or I could paint the edge of the cape the dark blue color. And I'm going to try it this way. I'm going to paint it so that the lining of the cape, essentially, the inside of it, shows around the edge. I'll do that. I've got this paint out now, and we'll see how it looks. And if it looks okay, it will save me the trouble of trying to paint this line carefully with the darker blue paint later. But I think it'll look kind of cool with the lining of the cape showing around the outside. If it doesn't, you can always paint over it. Just trying to get around the shoulder. Okay. This is a pretty color. And you know, from the front, it's the color of the cape that will actually show the most. So it's kind of nice. I've got a blue wash, and I think because there's so much texture on the cape, I'm going to want to see that can show. It's almost the same color. It's not going to show very much, and which is fine because I don't want to change the color. But what I might want to do is put the wash on it just to try to bring out, like I did with the cultists, the folds in the fabric. Just getting the edges here. At the bottom too. Even though you won't see the bottom, I know it's there, so make sure it's done. Okay, well, so far, I mean, other than the one obvious blop right there on the shoulder, I'm going around and making sure that it's, you know, covered. I don't want to miss any obvious spots. But at least the areas that can be seen are painted ash right now. And now we'll get the other one out, and pretty much the same challenge. Yes, we'll do that. Yeah, my large print chat screen isn't showing, so I'm going to have to put these on and off now and then to see what's going on. No, I'm not going to flip a cultist. I spent like 2 hours painting those things, and then they're fragile and they'll break. Anyway, just so you know, in case you were concerned, the bottle with the epoxy hardener survived the flips, and even more importantly, survived the tumble onto the floor. That was the most dangerous part because it's a long fall down to the floor. It's like probably the better part of 3 feet. Anyway, it survived that. And that's good, because if it had not survived it, it would have been just a massive mess trying to clean that up. Can't tell. Yeah, it looks like I got a little, no. I might have gotten a little bit on the chest armor there, but I can't really tell. So I'm going to say I didn't. There are certain parts of this model that I managed to flip this guy. Okay, so consider that a bonus flip, if you will. Yep. Just painting as you paint on the edges of the cape here. These particular models came in pairs. What's interesting is that the cultists are virtually indistinguishable from each other. The warriors, other than that, there's male and female. The male, of course, is larger than the female. Otherwise, they're pretty indistinguishable. But with the other models, the other 3 pairs, they're very different from each other. And we'll see that a little bit later when I get around to getting to them. Okay, well, it's not too bad so far. This cape goes underneath the armor here. Yeah, see what happened there is the paint adhered to the leg of the armor. And what I really should do, I should have a pin, but I only have a toothpick. I want to separate that. You can only see it from that angle. Yeah, that will hardly ever happen, so we'll just say that that's okay. I managed to get paint off my fingers, so that's pretty good. Little brush is really good for getting into those tiny little cracks and crevices, but not so great sometimes when it comes to painting a larger surface like that. So several times. Okay, now just rotate this in many different directions. Again, trying to make sure that what needs to be blue is blue. I almost forgot about this. They have these little pouches here, and here is... there's just a lot of little details yet to do on these guys. What we've got is like the pommels of the sword. Those are going to be bronze. The hilt between the hands is going to be really dark red, almost mahogany. And then the blade has to be done without painting on the hands. And I'm going to try to do all of that probably next. None of the colors touch each other, so I could paint that and that and that without, without having to let anything dry. And well, after I'm done with that, I'm going to paint the pouches. These guys are twins, right? So the pouches will be the same colors. This blue is really pretty, but it's also, it dries nice and flat. So I think the wash on it will look pretty good because it'll bring out the folds in the cape without changing the color very much. There's the same sort of situation on the back. I'm going to be using a darker blue here, so I'm not sure the wash will work quite as well. But I also don't want to use like a dark wash because I don't want to make it look dirty. So we'll play with that a little bit. Anyway, we're going to say we're done with the Azure here, at least at the moment. Then I'm going to bronze paint. Yeah, I tend not to say anything while this thing is buzzing along. I'm sure you find that very annoying. Or maybe it's, maybe that's relaxing. So I need like the tiniest little drop of this as I'm painting just the tiniest little spot on the pommels of these swords. Debate about using brass because that would be brighter, but these guys, I don't think so. I think they're not that fancy. I think this bronze color will be okay. If we need to make it brighter, if it doesn't look right after it dries, I can always get the brass paint out and paint that then. Little things here. These are, features on a model that you don't even know are there, right? So you end up taking a little bit of time to make them a different color, just to do it. Okay, and then I'm going to try this called black red. It's just a really dark red color. And I'm going to paint the hilt of the sword there with this color. And once again, I need just like a drop of it. Stick this paint on here between the hands. Paint the part that no one can ever see. Well, that's not exactly true, is it? Because sometimes, if you're streaming this, for example, the camera angle might be looking down on it like that, in which case you would see it. What I do need to do, though, is look up, and there's the gray background here. It isn't working that well, and so I'll maybe take a real short break and get a piece of cardboard to see if that might not work better as a background, unless I'm painting something brown, right? But the blue was way too reflective, and the white, the camera is unhappy with the white paper towel. What I really need is, some sort of non-reflective, not glossy, neutral color that's not gray. There we go. So now the the pommel is now bronze and the hand is dark red. That dark red shows okay. I mean, it's not bad. Kind of like that color. I wonder if I can use it a little bit more on one of these other figures. We were going to use chainmail silver, I believe, on the sword. When I did the daggers for the cultists, I did those in gunmetal because I wanted them to be kind of dark. But these blades, I guess, are going to be a little shinier. We'll just keep using the same well, why not? Squeeze a little more out if we need it. And we'll start with this one. Guard pieces are made out of the same metal as the sword. I made that decision yesterday when I was looking at this model. And then, because this is a shiny metallic paint, you can actually see it against the gray. Isn't that cool? Yeah, you can see the paint go on. Just magically becomes shiny on the screen there. And we'll flip it over and do the bottom. of lots of silver tones, all these metallics that were designed for airplanes, and especially World War II planes. Different parts of the plane, even if they weren't painted, if they were just left the aluminum, had different surface textures. So like the control surfaces, like the ailerons and the elevators and rudders and things, oftentimes had a very different tone or color than the rest of it. And sometimes, you'd use like dull aluminum, and sometimes dark, and sometimes light or white, so that you could see the contrast of the different panels on the plane. And so I got a set of those metallics, because I do have a whole bunch of World War II planes, one of which is a really cool model that maybe sometime in my lifetime will get around to. It's if you were watching or heard about the opening of the Renoir cutaway submarine, okay, where the side flips down and you can see the inside, not highly detailed, but somewhat detailed interior of the Polaris launching submarine, the old Renoir kits from the I think even the 50s or early 60s. There's a B-29 kit, a 1/48 scale B-29 cutaway kit. It's much the same in that the interior of the plane shows, it cuts away, so one side of it is gone, and you can see the interior. I'd only seen that model once. I didn't even know it existed, but I was looking for B-29 models because that's a pretty cool plane. And one of those popped up, and it was, I must have this. That would be an amazing thing to be able to see the interior of the plane. But the exterior and the wings, all need to be painted metallic, and so I bought a set of all these aluminum paints. Okay, so there's the Warrior with the sword completed, with the pommel and the handle and the blade painted. Okay, the inside of the cape is done, but there's a spot that didn't get painted. This is why you end up just rotating these things later, and you look and you say, there's a spot that's still not painted. I'm not sure how that happened. How could that possibly have happened? But it did, so I'm going to look at the other one the same way. And what needs to be done on these next is a couple of things. One is I need to touch up shoulder. One of these shoulders got blue paint all over it. Yeah, there. But I want to paint the sacks, the little side bags. I'm going to paint those next, because if that gets onto the silver, I need to touch that up. And then I'm going to do the silver touch up. Okay, well, before I do that, if you can see the visor, okay, you can see that there's an indentation of the visor. I'm going to use a little bit of, I think, I was thinking of using just black wash on that, and maybe I will, is I'll use a little bit of black wash, trying to get it into that visor opening, and I know in doing that, I'll get it onto the helmet some. So I'm going to paint these little bags and the visors, and I'll come back and then paint the outside of the cape, and then I'll do some touch-up with base aluminum color, and then I will wash the inside of the cape, probably the outside. I'll wash the cape. I want to do a couple of areas like knees and maybe shoulders or something in a darker metallic color. just so that there's a little bit of variation in the armor. So I'm going to be painting all of the colors onto this, and then the last thing I'll do is touch up the base aluminum color, because painting all of these other things could very well get paint onto the base. Yeah, so that's the kind of sequence of events we'll be having here as we start finishing up the little bits of detail. So I'm going to start with those little bags that they have on their belts, and then the visor. I'm keeping a blue theme going here. I want to paint these kind of a purple blue, the little bags. Hi, Who, you missed the flip. It was a very dramatic flip. I flipped the bottle of hardener for the epoxy. But because you're such a loyal viewer, after I finish this last bit of painting, because I'm mixing the paint right now, I will flip not the hardener, but the epoxy itself. What's that? Getting a really special flip. Okay, so this paint is going to go on these that I almost forgot about. They have these little satchels on the side, and I'm going to paint these kind of a dark blue. Where boundary between the armor and the bag is really very clear, but looks different from different angles. So if I get it from one angle, it looks just right, and then I turn it, and it looks like maybe the paint went a little bit too far. There's a nice bright blue, dark blue bag. And we'll get one on the other side. Almost tempting to like wash the armor with the blue wash as well, to give it a blue tone. Not to make it blue armor, but to give it just a little hint of blue tone. And I'm actually going to try that, since I'm going to have to do an aluminum touch-up anyway. It's supposed to be steel, not aluminum, but the paint color is dark aluminum. I might, when I do the washing on the cape, which I'm going to do before I do the touching up later, is I might just brush a little bit of the wash on a part of the armor. See how it looks. Just see. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll do it without intending to. Like, it's possible that as I'm washing the cape, I'll get some of the wash onto the armor unintentionally, and then the experiment will be conducted by accident. Altogether impossible thing either. Just getting that little fraction of a millimeter look there. And the boundary there between the armor and the little hip pegs. I think it would be interesting if it worked, if the armor had kind of a bluish tinge to it. And one way to achieve that would be to actually do a custom mix of one of the metallic paints with the tiniest little bit of, like, maybe the azure mixed in or something, so that the bluish tint would actually be part of the metallic color. And if this were, you know, there's a spot there that needs to be touched up there and there. If this were like a larger display model, that's probably the kind of thing that we might do, you know, to mix some custom paint up. So there's this undercolor, this undertone of blue in the armor color. This purpose, probably not going to do that. I'm going to give it a go with the wash to see how that turns out. Okay, now I want to highlight the opening in the visor here. I could use either a nice flat black paint, or I could use the wash. And either one, you know, I'm gonna get the flat black out because I don't want it to be shiny inside. Okay, you're looking into the visor and it's a deep dark shadow, and the glossiness wouldn't. Using the finest brush I have, not fine like in fine or fine, but like tiniest little point, and I just try to minimize the amount of touching up I need to do. But you can just see that the glob of paint on the point, even though it's a very, very tiny tip, is going to be wider than the gap in the visor. So I'm going to just get it into the visor, minimizing as much as I can the amount of paint on the outside of it, and then there might be a little bit of touch-up that needs to be done. That actually isn't too bad. The trick is to not let there be a drop of paint on the tip of the brush. That got smushed. That's really bad. The other one was harder to do and worked better. We'll very carefully fix this guy's face a little bit later. That did not come out very well. This side's really fine, but this side, yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be. So if I were to break that down into quadrants, left and right side on two different models, that was 75% successful. 3/4. So which one sounds better? 75% success or 3/4 success? Either one is like what? A C- in grading terms? Okay, so I promised a flip to who? Flip the hardener. Now I'm going to flip the rosin. You ready? Yeah, those flips worked really much better than before. The hardener flipped way up off camera and then bounced up onto the floor. That all stayed in range. Okay, so what did we do? We need to brown wash on the fingers, and the skin shows under the helm to make it look a little more realistic. Need to paint the outside of the cape. I'm going to do that next. No, I'm going to do the wash first. I'm just looking at kind of and what touches what and what needs to dry before going on. This brown wash settles so badly. The pigment just settles. Amazingly quickly. Needs so much of this baking and stirring. Yep. Get a little drop of this. Use the teeny brush again because I'm just trying, for the most part, I want the wash to be between the fingers here. So I want the whole thing to be washed because I don't want it to look ivory, but I want to make sure it works down into the spaces between the fingers. Because the rosin printer worked really hard at creating that detail we wanted to show. And then what I'm doing up here, there's a little piece of the neck skin that shows, because I just wanted to not look glaringly white. That's it, and that's what I'm going for, so that's that. Do the same thing here. Get the fingers to show. Here. All right. No, that was the point of that. Let's see. Need to do the outside of the cape. Just taking a look at this again to see if I'm missing anything. Tiny little, yeah. So you need to do the outside of the cape. That's a big chunk that isn't done. And then do a few parts of the armor in just a darker shade of silver called steel. I think I'm going to do like the knees and the boots, maybe the bracers. Like there's a little bit of a belt there, but I missed that before. I didn't even see it. Yeah, huh, okay. That's interesting. Both of them have this little bit of a belt that goes across the waist holding the bags that I had done. And if I were really intent on making this look good, I would take out a teeny little brush and paint that belt the color of the bags. What I'm going to attempt to do. Didn't really even see it before. Definitely there. Looks different from different angles, right? Feed it from this side now. The one on the other model is more poorly defined. It's going to have to kind of make it up as we paint along. I hadn't seen it before until I was starting to look at where might I put the steel color. You know, just looking for spots on the model that might best be painted darker, and there was a belt. And it makes sense. I mean, otherwise those pouches are just sort of, you know, like glued on, which doesn't make sense, right? Now it makes sense. There's a blue belt holding the blue pouches. Now let's see what the other one is like. Here. There we go. That looks like it belongs there. The belt comes across and holds the pouches up, and it's not huge, but it's clearly visible. So there, that was a good thing. Hold on just a second. I thought I heard somebody calling. I'm going to take a quick break here, kind of an unscheduled break. And what I'm going to do is get a piece of cardboard to cover up the mottled gray and give us a little more contrast. And also maybe find out what I can do to get the chat screen back. So I will be back. This will be a very short break. This isn't the official break, but I will be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, what we have here is there wasn't any emergency or anything like that. It was just sounded like maybe something from outside. Anyway, this is our low-tech, recyclable, renewable piece of cardboard, and that also shows lines, just like the white. Okay, the camera is not liking that. It's, at least what I'm seeing is like waves, and I thought maybe the brown color would work all right. Couldn't use the blue because of reflection. Anyway, I'm going to leave this up until break, and let me know if you like this better than the gray surface. Okay, that's showing the same sort of thing. What's happening with that? I don't know if you see it or not, but on my monitor, there are like these waves coming from the top to the bottom, of dark and light. But since they're there, regardless, we're going to use this anyway. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is paint the backs of the capes. Okay, there's some little tetchy parts around the neck that I'll need to be careful about on both of them, but otherwise it's just a matter of getting it up to but not over the edge, because I was kind of wanting to let the azure show through. And then when that's drying, I need to decide. I'll show you this. These are the other two pairs of minifigs. Because we've got this pair. They look kind of like druids, I think. Okay, they've got a bunch of pouches of reagents and sort of flowing robes and that kind of thing. They look maybe very peaceful. You can never tell, you know. You can never tell whether, in fact, folks like this are coming along and they're really friendly or not. These pouches just might be all sorts of filled with explosives and poisons and things. You never know. And then we have these folks. These are sort of like ninja-ish almost. This one's pointing, yelling. This one has a mask on. And as I was kind of suggesting, this one's pointing and yelling and in charge and telling this one to go out and attack and, I don't know, maybe get themselves slaughtered. You never know. And so they look like they're not very friendly because they're yelling and pointing and charging with a sword. But maybe they're trying to help. You know, they might say, "Oh no, look out. There's a bugbear that's about to attack you." "That's all right. I'll get it. You'll be safe." Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'll take these guys on. Could do something different. I could give them like long, flowing blonde hair. I keep getting a call for do something with pink, right? Maybe they'll have pink capes. Okay, maybe they'll be kind of their clothes might be kind of this sort of pink, rose, purplish kind of ensemble. That might be kind of an interesting thing to do. The challenge here is especially the female figure, has a lot of flesh showing, skin showing. The guy is all covered with, I don't know, some sort of leggings and armbands and stuff. The challenge is getting a flesh tone, okay, because all of the paints, none of the paints that I've ever seen give decent flesh tone. The closest I've been able to come has been what I've done here on this model, which is to paint it ivory and then do a brown wash over it. You know, and that's fine for, you know, this kind of thing, but when you've got a long, smooth surface like these legs, it might be a little challenge. We'll have to look. Anyway, I'm going to paint the back of the capes. and then do some highlight areas with a darker color metallic, just to add a little bit of variation in the armor. Definitely looks better. Definitely looks better with the belt holding the bags to, like that. I'm glad I saw that. So let's, we're going to use this color, royal blue. What better color for the cape than royal, right? So I think I'll do these sort of wandering, peaceful looking, but you can't really trust them druids next. And I'm going to pick flamboyant colors based on pink and pinkish tones, maybe pink and sort of brownish pink fading into like purple or something. A little bit outrageous. The reagent pouches and things can be done up in different colors, kind of scary colors like green and orange and stuff like that. Anyway, they might end up looking hideous, and maybe that would be just fine. So I'm going to get some royal blue here, and I'm going to use this brush around the neck, and then maybe a little bigger, once I get the detail around the neck, maybe a little bigger brush to finish it off. Again, I wanted to leave the edges, the outside edge, that azure color. I'm going to use the flat end of the flat brush technique here to paint up to, but not over the edge. The dogs are awake. You probably can't hear them because the microphone is set to filter out a lot of non-voice noise. But there's definitely a non-voice noise going on. Sometimes they're kind of quiet in the morning, but this morning they woke up. And they're having a fine rumpus upstairs. Anyway, if you can hear them, I'm just explaining what you're hearing. If you can't hear them, well then, that's what I'm hearing. Was painting down far enough. I'm trying to make sure that it looks like what needs to be blue is blue. then do the top of the other one, and then I'll get the larger brush out and finish off the rest of the cape. Those that, other than the waves, and I can't explain those, and hopefully they're just on my monitor. Other than the waviness, how is this brown working? I think it provides a little better contrast. As it gets all kind of covered with paint, I can flip it over, and as that gets all covered with paint, and then I can make a new one pretty easily, because nowadays cardboard is pretty easy to come by. No, it's hard to believe. This is one of these fun facts from history, is that there was a time, probably I think like in the 1970s maybe, the companies that made paperboard, cardboard essentially, were starting to go out of business. Maybe it was in the 60s. What was happening was that plastic packaging really started to come to the fore. And so a lot of things that came in cardboard boxes were like in paperboard wrappers or something like that. Later, the non-corrugated versions of cardboard started displacing that. Started displacing the cardboard and paperboard that was used. And mail order was not a thing, okay? It was the Sears catalog, and that's about it. There wasn't much mail order going on. And so, believe it or not, there was discussion about cardboard basically becoming a thing of the past. Now, anybody out there knows that that certainly has changed, because everything comes in a box now. We recycle a lot of cardboard here. But yeah, it's one of those things where there was a whole industry that was threatened by changes in packaging and shipping, and now has rebounded mightily. It needs to be blue down in there, but it's really hard to get to. Maybe we will just leave that alone. And sometimes there's just like a little bump or something that reflects differently and you can't really see it. So we're gonna go a little bit bigger brush now and cover the rest of the backs of these capes. And then get out the darker steel colored metallic and highlight a couple of pieces of armor, not a lot, but just enough so that there's a little bit of contrast going on. This royal blue is a pretty nice color. I think these figures should be happy with how their capes are turning out. using a horizontal brush stroke there along the edge so that the hem, the edge of it shows the azure from underneath. And I think with just a little bit of blue wash on it, which will be barely visible, it will bring out some of the detail of the folds. There's a lot of folds in the cloak, and we don't want that to get lost, really, because they flow nicely that way. So I'm hoping that the little bit of blue wash will bring that out. Otherwise, I might use gray. We have a really light gray wash that, again, is so transparent. It probably wouldn't change the color, but it might go down into these folds enough and add just enough darkness that they would look like shadows. So if the blue doesn't work, I might try that, because otherwise this will just look really flat, and that would be unfortunate because there is a lot of detail in the folds in the cape. It looks, you know, like it's moving and flowing with the movement in that. We want you to be able to see that. Kind of disappears with the blue monochrome. I'd like to avoid using a really dark color because I don't want it to look dirty. I just want you to be able to see the shadows that form in the flowing ripples in the cape. After this all dries, I'll try the blue wash, and if that doesn't show well, we'll try the gray wash, and if that doesn't show well, I'm not sure what we can do. It goes on glossy, but it does flatten out. Shiny like this, it just looks like a plastic cape, right? That's not good. But it, at least on the color chart, got a little darker and flattened out in a decent way. And I'm hoping that that's the case. You can kind of see it drying here. There, see it gets less shiny, which is good. Okay, well, these guys need to dry a little bit, and then I need to get the steel. It's the color steel. And I'm going to paint a darker metallic on just a little bits here and there of the armor. I don't want it to look really decorative. I want it to look as though maybe there are just different parts of the armor that were done in a different metallic color. This is the blue-gray wash that I'll be using. This is the light gray wash that I may end up using, so those are here. And I had the steel out. There it is. Got one of these little metal balls in it that eventually will break up. There we go. I wanted to get it to the point, at least where that was loose. And it'll give it a good shake on the paint shaker. So these metallic paints, I think, have like really, really finely ground powdered aluminum or something like that in them. And then the different shades come from varying amounts of black pigment. So like the dark aluminum has a little bit of black pigment in it. The steel is actually quite a lot. It's quite dark. And I want it that way so that you want to be able to see the contrast. If you were to just look at the model in the light, that would be one thing. But if we use this on the stream, it might not show very much. Yeah. Don't need very much of this, these metallics. A little bit goes a very long way. So like one drop of it probably is enough to do what I'm trying to do. I'm going to paint the boots and the knee pads and the bracers. I'm doing this one first because it's clear where the boots are. Okay, it's not so clear on the other model. This one, at least I'll get a chance to see kind of how it looks. And see that it's much darker, right? It's still shiny metal, but it's darker. Not many shades. It's dark enough so that you can see that it's darker. And that's what I'm going for, is I want there to be a little bit of enough contrast so that if this were to be on a stream, it would show up. On one of these models, where there was like the scale kind of thing, I did alternating colors, but that was more to be decorative. This I'm intending to be more functional. Like certain parts of the armor were done in a different kind of metal. Because of, you know, and I think here is a good use of the darker color too, because it shows. Okay, not too much of it. It's not a huge part of the model, but you can see it and see it well enough so that the contrast kind of makes sense. There isn't a lot of it, but you can just see that there's, you know, some color variation in the armor. Right. A little bit up there, knees, feet. Still shiny, still metal, but it's not monochrome, and I didn't have to resort to a wash to do it. We'll do the same thing on this one. I'm going to start with the knees and the wrists, and do the boots last. Pretty well defined on this side. I guess I can do that now. Not so well defined on the other side. So as I'm doing this, you can see the inside of the cape. And it's a very pretty color, but it's very flat, okay? You lose the detail of the folds. So that's why I'm going to use the blue wash on that. I've used the blue wash on a light blue, which is similar in tone, and it's worked pretty well. I haven't used it on the azure, but it should have the same effect, which is basically to get down into the low spots in the folds of the fabric. Okay, to just so it looks shadowed. That's the important point. I don't want it to look like it's done in a different color. I want it to look shadowed. And then we're going to try the same thing on the outside of the cloak and hope that it will have that effect, even though the color is so much darker. Let's see. We're going to look at these two models again. The other one, as the paint is drying, this doesn't change tone very much as it dries. Like some of the paints, this doesn't get much either lighter or darker. Let's see, I didn't do this boot though. I did the other side, but I didn't do this side. Almost missed it on the other one too. I started with one foot and worked my way around, and then almost didn't do the other foot. So we'll see how that looks. See, it looks okay. I think it doesn't look too weird, you know, like we're mixing metals up or anything like that. I'd like to do a little bit up here as well, because this, you know, but it's too hard to get to it, okay? And if I do it below the belt and not above the belt, it'll just look odd. So I'm going to leave well enough alone and just say that getting the boots and the knees and the bracers, that's all I'm going to do. Tempted to do the helmet, but I'm going to resist that temptation. All right. Well, I'm letting these dry a little bit. we doing? We got a little bit time before break. We got these sort of druid kinds of folks. And I need to pick a color scheme for them. And why not? They're going to just be, I mean, they could just be kind of like browns and greens, like rangerish looking kind of things, blending in with nature and all of that. What I'm thinking, if it doesn't turn out, you can always just reprime them, right? If somebody thinks they're really gross. Looking at my color charts here, and I'm definitely going to put pink on them because one of our viewers just wants pink all the time. Oh, some copper, a little copper to go with it. That would be good. Pink doesn't show up on the charts here too much. We do have pink. My tech color chart. There's pink. Colors can go with that. This azure might show up again. That would be kind of cool. Turquoise, maybe. Turquoise, blue-green, azure. Yeah, these colors are not going to match well, are they? I might be able to use some colors like this. I mean, that would flow into the pink, I think, pretty well. I'm going to go into reds. I'm going to stay just... I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to grab some colors that seem to be, kind of kinds of colors that somebody who doesn't have any, maybe is colorblind, okay, maybe that would kind of pick together because they can't see colors very well, and they think that they're going together really nicely, and they don't. Yeah, so I think definitely pick an azure, and then maybe like blue-green highlights and that kind of brownish tan kind of color. This kind of color here, that might work. So I want to pull those colors out over break, because otherwise I'll just be reaching over and you won't see what I'm doing, and I'm not even really sure where I will put them on each of these models. Like I might do like I did the other one and do azure on the inside of the capes. Okay. And then do pink on the outside. There's all sorts of different parts of this. So we can just really really make you wish you'd never seen them in daylight. We can do that. And if not, that's not at all what they were going for when they printed these. Like they had something in mind, how these characters would present themselves during the stream, and the color schemes I pick don't work for them. Well, just prime them over and start over, or print new ones, one or the other. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. We're just going to play with those particular figures. And anyway, you might end up regretting it. Can never tell. What I'm going to do now is wash the inside of the capes. and I'm trying to just get the wash into these folds because I want the viewer to be able to see, you know, how it's billowing and flowing. And I'm going to do that both on the inside and the outside. And if it doesn't work well on the outside, then I'm going to get the gray, and the gray is very transparent, so it shouldn't change the color very much, but it should get into the folds deeply enough to show shadows. So I'm going to give this blue-gray a mix. Yeah, and then we're just going to pick out some colors that are just wrong, I guess, and start painting these other folks and see what it looks like. And maybe, depending on how it turns out, maybe I'll get fired, at least for a while, and somebody else will do this stream for you. I'm not sure. It's a slightly bigger brush, a bigger, softer brush for this wash. This is sort of a blue tone, and it's got a little gray in it. You can see as it's going on, it's not really changing the color very much. Got a little grayish, greenish color that is going into the folds. Okay. Try to do that is like build it up in those, just so that you can see them a little better. Someone who really skilled at like dry brushing, that's probably the technique you want to do, is to take a lighter color and dry brush it over the top, the high parts. But I am definitely not skilled at dry brushing. I will not even attempt it. I'll let that sit like this because I want the wash to kind of settle down into those folds. Yeah, I mean, let me just see. I think that it's kind of working. Maybe a little dark. I'll just brush it a little bit. It's not too dark. I think that kind of worked. I'm going to turn it over and do it on the outside now. And we're doing the same sort of thing as, and this is light, so it's making it look a little lighter, which actually that's not bad. If I can get it on evenly. Bad effect on that. Get it streaky on there. Even and streaky at the same time. perfect, but it's, if you compare the two, you can see it. It brings out the flow a little bit better. We're going to do the same thing to this guy. Well, there's a lot of pigment in that. You know what happened there. It's like it's not evenly mixed at all. It is almost a little bit like dry brushing. Okay here. I just need to get it around the top in moderation here. I think this is working okay. Got a little darker on the inside, a little lighter on the outside, and the effect, I think, is successful. In showing the contours of the cape, you can see it flows somewhat, you know. Okay, that'll work. So the last bit I need to do is need some touch up of the aluminum parts, and then I'm going to paint the base, and I'm going to do the base the same as I did with the cultists. I'm just going to paint it brown with a brown wash. This is the dark aluminum. Like that. It was just a spot. It was just dust speck. It looked like a paint had flaked out or something. Now, there isn't much of this that needs to be done. There was a shoulder underneath here on this one guy. Pretty much just that. I think I can get enough off of the tip of the bottle without having to squeeze out a drop, because I'm not going to need anywhere near a drop to do this. That, and the visor. Yeah, this poor guy. The visor on this side got badly mangled. Top. For the painter, there's this nice raised ridge around the visor that I can paint up to, see, without necessarily going over. And then we fixed its face. We fixed their face. Then we painted over the blue. And I don't see... I'm just going to rotate a little bit, see if there's any other spots that need fixing. Not this one or the other one. This one, the visor came out pretty well, right? And the wash, I think, worked pretty well on the cape. You can see the flows pretty well. And somehow paint on that. Okay, I'm going to have to quickly touch that up with the blue. Just the slightest little spot of... I don't think I... Did I do that while I was touching it up? Did I brush that with the brush? I don't know. Is there any of this blue paint left? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's dead. What was it? Royal blue. Again, I just need the tiniest little dot of paint. Down. Yeah, I'm still not happy about that, but I can't get down in there without a problem. Okay, just that tiny little spot of silver paint showed up where it need not have been, but I caught that. Okay, yeah, a little time before break, I'm gonna paint the base brown and get that done. Then we'll tackle these other folks, and I don't know how they'll turn out. I'm having a really hard time deciding on a color scheme for them, but they just look arrogant, you know? They just look arrogant. And that means that they should be poorly dressed. I've just decided that. Yeah, so that's what will happen to them. I think I used red brown. Yeah. This will be the last bit before break, and other than putting some brown wash on the bases, which I'll do right after break, you don't see the wash very much, but it breaks up the flatness of it. I'm going to use a larger brush, I think. I'm just painting up to the feet. There isn't much contact between the model and the base other than the feet. I think I can use this brush and keep it flat and get those done okay. Okay. What's been mostly amazing about today is that I think I've kept on camera the entire time. It doesn't usually happen, so I'll have to see if I can do that after break. Be able to stay on camera quite as much. I like to use the paint out of the bottle cap. I've mentioned that before. I waste it, right? And then it just dries in the cap and gums up things later. Could use yet a bigger brush on this. But since I want it to look kind of mottled and uneven anyway, if the paint doesn't level perfectly flat, that's okay as long as it's covered. The edge, because that can show. Look along and see where. Just rotate this and touch up some spots that look like they need a little more paint, and then do the other one, and then take a break and come back and tackle the arrogant, wandering, whatever they are. These models are that were just rosin printed. They're pretty good. They've got enough detail in them, you know, so that you can see the flowing capes and little pouches and belt that holds the pouches on, you know, the visor crack on that, and the fingers. They have enough detail so that they look like, you know, they look nice. There's enough detail so that it doesn't just look like a little toy or something, but not so much that they become impossible to paint. And since we're putting these together for use on our stream, they're not display models. We don't want to take 17 hours painting each one, just so that it shows up on the stream for the better part of maybe 20 or 30 minutes and then just gets killed anyway. Because, you know, if they're unfriendly, it's them or us. Although we might resort, as we do often, to non-lethal damage. Zoria, our changeling druid, frequently tries, you know, it asked us to use non-lethal damage and then healed the ones that were seriously wounded afterwards. Although she's become a lot more lethal lately, I'm not sure what's happening in terms of Zoria's personality on the stream. But yeah, there's enough detail so that they look good, and they'll look good on camera, but not so much that they become an impossibility to complete in a reasonable amount of time. So I'm kind of liking how this has turned out. So after that's dried, after break, I want to put some brown wash on it just so that it doesn't look quite so flat. as this is drying, you can see how flat that looks, and I'll contrast it with, you can't see too much contrast, but you can see that with the wash on it, it looks a little bit less like dry paint. We'll do that, and then probably before I turn the stream back on, I will pick out some paints, just a variety of colors that we're going to stick on these guys. He's got these weird cloth leggings. Those are definitely pink, as are the arm things. Do some base coating on these, and then maybe highlight some of it with a little wash here and there, maybe not, like gray wash or something. There's a lot of detail things. There's a lot of pouches with clasps, a dagger with a sheath, tiny little bits of things that'll stand out. But yeah, it looks like he's got like there's a beard. Yeah, anyway, let's see how those look later. We'll see how they look after I abuse them with different colors of paints. So I'm going to take a break, come back, wash the bases real quick, set those aside, call them finished. Look at the selection of paint that I've got, and start applying paint to these guys, do some detail, do some touch-up. Probably won't finish them today, but that'll give me something to do on Monday when I get back to relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. Usually I say breaks are like 15 minutes. They always turn out to be closer to 30, so I won't make any promises, but I will be back by 12:30 Eastern Time to continue relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons as we take on these folks. See you in a few minutes. back on the break. Well, on break, I kind of, well, let's see here. Shows a color palette. I'll move this over a little bit. So there, that's kind of, how's that? I'm sure nines would approve. The color palettes for these minifigs. Yeah, so anyway, we'll start putting colors on them and see how it turns out. Do that a little bit later here. Move these aside. What I'm going to do is put the brown wash on these warriors, and once that's done, yeah, they're anyway, that's what they are. We'll get the brown wash stirred up again. Some paints over, some brass and copper highlights. You know, there's some metallic highlights for these guys. So this brown wash, it's amazing how the pigment settles out of these things so fast. And as I'm putting this on, as I did with the other one, I want it to be intentionally splotchy, because the idea here is to break up the monotone of the flatness of the paint underneath. So I don't want it streaky, I want it blobby. I'm just going to put a bunch on and spread it around, and then tap it with the brush to make dark areas and lighter areas. We'll do the edges because these will show sometimes on stream if there's a low camera angle. You don't want that to be a totally different color from the rest of it. Sort of block that around. Random spots. And put that aside and declare it finished. Yeah, so with these other guys, just looking at them, there's so many different parts to their clothing, and they're carrying these bags, and yeah, so there's the opportunity for way too many colors on them. And that might in fact be what happens. So way too much wash got squeezed out, which is typical. Uneven blotchiness going here. Yeah, so that one with the other one. Wash off the brush. And then begin to see what we can do with these next minifigs. What I decided was to give this particular color a try for the skin, but these guys, the white, the ivory with the brown wash just isn't going to work very well. I don't know if this is going to work very well either, but we'll give it a go. And if it works, that's great. And if it doesn't work, then hopefully it will be leveled and flat and easy to paint over. But we're going to put this on first. A lot of the rest of it kind of comes up in contact, like their hair and things. So I'm just going to kind of be putting base coats on in various and sundry places, and we'll see how this works. I'm not particularly fond of these figures, just because of the challenge they present, not so much in the contours. You know, there's lots of little details like the pouches and belt and stuff, but it's not excessive. But it's like, what colors do they paint it? The Ninja Warriors will be a little bit more of a challenge. But to decide what to do with them, I might just go with kind of greens and browns. Sure. So this needs a lot of stirring. So each of these pairs comes with a male and female figure, and for the most part, you know, they're so far the cultists were almost identical. These guys, this female and the male, they're, you know, not too terribly different. She seems to be maybe a little better armed. She has a dagger and a sword. He's just got the sword. Some sort of horn. I'm not sure what that's all about. These two fire mages are really very different from each other in terms of their dress. It's really quite feminine, and he's very masculine. It's kind of sexual stereotype there, right? You got that going on. These are different too. So anyway, we're going to use this color and just see how it ends looking. I don't know. Most of the flesh tones, they call them flesh tones, to me just end up looking orange. And, you know, right? Anyway, there aren't too many choices. Just don't really have many choices. So I'm going to start here. Her legs and feet are bare. I put this on. Kind of translucent. I'd end up two coating this. I'm not sure. But there, let's just say I don't have many choices. And so, given the lack of choices, whether this looks somewhat realistic or not, I'm not sure. I think all of these look better with a light brown wash on them, because it brings out some of the detail and it tones down the shininess that you sometimes get with these paints, even the flats. Another one of these wonderful things where the cape is way back there, but close enough so that getting paint onto it becomes a little challenging. About that later. This is one of those you can't finish until you get started kinds of things, so we're going to get started by putting paint on, and then a different color paint in a different spot, and then yet another color paint in another spot, until the whole thing is painted and may or may not look okay. You'll see. See how that looks when it dries and how it looks in contrast with the rest of the model. Of the options available to me, this was the least bad. There's a rogue bristle again I'm going to have to deal with. These brushed every once in a while. One of the bristles gets bent out of shape, kind of like I can be sometimes, you know. And then you can't really see it until you move it up against the model, and it catches a drop of paint. And anyway, so I'll either have to try to put that back into the brush so that it contributes to the point of the brush, or try to cut it off. This model has amazing detail on the hands. It really has the fingers done well. And bringing that out a little later, it'll be kind of a challenge. Still painting her face. Yeah, this resin printed model is, the detail on this one is really good. I just say, you know, in terms of the face and the fingers, all really quite amazing. The best one though is the holder that I might show you again. I like to show it off because that was the first complete production on the rosin printer once it got going. And I'm not going to paint that. Nicole is, because she's much better at doing artistic things than I am. But yeah, there's that. This guy's clothing choice has got he's got like bandages on his legs and arms. It's weird. But, you know, it seems to be in character, right? Given how I'm beginning to imagine these characters. a little sloppy, but when you're doing the first color of base coating, there's always this, well, yeah, I can get away with just being a little bit sloppy because I've got like 3 more colors and they'll all cover each other, and I can come back and touch it up. And there's that kind of thing going on. And then you put the other color on and come back. And my experience has been that there's been less touch-up actually required, that the spots of paint that needed touching up were smaller than anticipated when first doing it. Now I have to say, I know I'm getting this on the staff. That's not really touch-up because the staff hasn't been painted. It's like after the staff is painted, how much of this skin color do I need to come back and put on? And then generally there's always a little, but oftentimes less than I usually feared. Yeah, this at least gives me a pretty good idea of where the other colors need to go. And I'm not sure if this guy has a beard or not. It's still, for me, ambiguous. It looks like maybe yes. But then again, we'll see how this looks after it dries, how the skin color looks after it dries, and whether there was the intent to have a beard or not. What there is now there's a second rogue bristle right at the tip. So I'm going to take some time after I'm done with this to do some brush repair. Hair pulled back behind his ears there. Highly detailed ears, okay? I'm going to paint over the edges of the ears to make sure that they're the skin color. And then when I paint the hair color, I'll paint up to them. So when I'm looking at this now, with the skin color more or less on it, I am not seeing evidence of a beard. I'm not pleased that the cowl extends around the way it does. I mean, it's one thing to push the skin color down in there. It's another thing to paint the inside of the cowl, which will need to be done. So his ears become pretty clearly defined. Let's do the facial features. Looks sort of Kardashian, Not like Kim Kardashian, but Kardashian like in Star Trek. Maybe it's the cowl, the facial expression kind of thing. Yeah, okay, so there's that. In the scheme of things, when everything else is put on, this color might not look awful. I mean, we might just end up living with it. It might be okay. Because there isn't much choice. I'd like to have one that's got a better brown tones, skin brown tones. We end up making all these guys look Caucasian, I think. Sort of. But just like, just like makeup manufacturers, right? Paint manufacturers don't really give us a good range of skin tones. In fact, they don't even give us skin tones at all, much less a range of skin tones. So I'm afraid we just have to, kind of live with what we've got and mix paint colors and touch the spots that we didn't see under the arm. This guy at least had the sense to cover up, and so there isn't much of it showing. That's good. Yeah, well, there's that. And clean this off and I'll see how much, if any, repair work actually needs to be done on this brush. Yeah, that bristle needs to be trimmed. So I'll take a moment while that's drying, because I'm going to need this brush again, and I want it to work well. What shall we do next? I'm gonna paint his bandaged leg pants. Do those, and the flesh color is drying enough. I'll do his bandage armbands, and just get those in. Again, I'm really trying to see how they look. Okay, he's got some sort of boots underneath them. Figure out what color those will be later. I promised that I would be painting that pink, so it is. There's been this clamor from one viewer for pink. Why can't you do pink? Do more pink. Yay, pink. Well, here's pink. Pink is going on here. There's this little dagger scabbard there that'll have to be dealt with later. Yeah, those will stand out. Down to, but not onto the boots or shoes that are under here, primarily so that I remember that they're there. If I were to paint them pink, I might just forget about them altogether, in which case they would stay pink, but they're shoes, separate shoes, so they need to be a different color. Come back, paint that scabbard and handles so that you can actually see them, because they're hard to see unless they're going to have to be painted in some sort of contrasting color just to show. You who are nines. There's Pink Pants. We could call him the Pink Panther. Oh, that was not worth saying out loud, was it? Okay, this is our first test of skill here. That is to say, paint up to, but not onto the adjoining color. You can sort of see what I mean about the skin tones, just there's that one. I think the look I'm going for here is bad taste, but not hideous. I don't know. I think I'm going to get the bad taste part down pretty well. I don't know if it will lapse into hideous or not. I guess that we'll see as more colors are applied. As we continue with the color palette that I had prepared earlier. Pretty amazing that I've gotten through like almost this entire stream and have kept on camera. More or less, more than less, which is kind of an unusual thing. Usually when I'm painting these kinds of things and I'm talking about what I'm doing in a way that, you know, assumes that you can see what's going on, that's when I almost certainly am off screen. Okay, there. Given the nature of these bandage pants, it actually seems like an appropriate color. Okay, so we'll wash this out. What I'm going to do next is paint the hair of both of these figures. They're going to be blonde. sort of. And if you'd watched the Fink earlier, last week when I was painting the Fink is blonde. And the way I've done that is yellow paint with this a very, very light use of the smoky ink wash that we've used on the floors. And that's turned out to look okay. So that's what I'm going to do here, is we're going to put yellow on and then do a smoky ink wash very, very lightly, almost dry brushy, just to give it a slightly brownish color and to show the texture of the hair that's included in the print. And I'm quite glad that it turns out not to have a beard, because trying to paint one on, down and around, that would have been definitely a test of my lack of skill. So this is going to look more like hair later than it does now. Might need 2 coats, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just leave it 1 and then try to fix it with the wash later. Right, it curves up underneath, so I'm getting it onto the clothing underneath. Yeah, this paint should be thinned. I'm gonna have to abandon the brush because it's just way too thick on this brush, and go with the real tiny one and hope that I can keep it under control with that one. And we've got thinner for the Tamiya paints. When they get near the bottom of the bottle like this, it's not too surprising that with evaporation through use, with the bottle having been opened and all, that will end up having some of the solvent will evaporate through use, and then the whole paint will become thicker. The ratio of pigment to solvent will be less than ideal. So this brush seems to be adequate. I think this is going to be the 4th time that I said that I need to find that thinner, so that some of these colors that we don't need a new one. You need to buy more yellow because there's a lot of yellow paint in there. But it would be good if the yellow paint were less viscous. Trying to see the ear here. The ear is very carefully molded. Not molded, printed. The ear is very nicely printed, and so I don't want to make it disappear by painting over it. What isn't is clearly printed is the hairline. Okay, so either I get too much paint on it or not enough. It's not on paint on the tip, not on the bristles on the back. Taking great care here because obviously this character is very concerned with their appearance, and so need to make sure that this hair is carefully coiffed. Not really, but I don't want to just keep painting over and over and over again. So there's the flowing mane of golden locks. Table look on that side. Got it look. It looked okay from, like I keep saying, from one direction it looks fine, and then not so much from the other. But it looks like I got it a little bit over the ear there. We might just let that go. Okay, now clean this off. Let's see what we can do with the other one. See what their hair will end up looking like. Their hair goes down into the cowl there. Load up over their ears. I wanted to make sure that that was actually the case, and it looks to be. The way this happens is the hair, it's almost like a cowl in that in the print it comes up over the top. It's like a over a ridge or something over. Push the paint up to it because it's not adhering to the tip of the brush very well. And then it needs to go down inside along the edge here. Yeah. And it just goes over, over the top here, but down into and under the cowl. I'm going to use a slightly larger brush for that. And remind myself once again, get out a little bit of thinner and water down this, thin down this paint, because it's too viscous to work on a little brush. This brush, it works fine. Down along the side of the face here, and down under the cowl. So I need to get it down in there, and then when I paint the thing around her neck, it needs to come down in there just like it does around the face. So that'll be a little bit of a thing, a little bit of a challenge when the time comes for that. Then we'll get the basic yellowness here, and then wash it later and bring out some of the texture of the strands of the hair. It's not highly detailed, but there's some there, and we want it to not just look like she's wearing a yellow hood. Okay, so there's that. What shall we do next? So we've got this flowing down the front. Looks like an extension of that, and there's this big broad belt that kind of goes across. So up here and down here is I'm gonna say whatever this is, okay, that it's all the same, and then the inside is a different color. And I'm going to, I mean, you might think that maybe that the inside would be azure and then the outside purple, but I'm going to do it the other way. I'm going to do this azure. Okay. And do the inside of this purple. And I'm going to paint the purple first. It's just a little bit more challenging. It's like the inside of the cloak on the warriors. And I might as well start with the most difficult part first, which is the one that's, you know, the most behind everything else. In this particular case, you know how I brought the azure out on the other one to do the edge? of the cape. I'm actually going to want this to stay on the inside, and I'm going to paint the outside azure. And then there'll be a different color on the cowl here, I'm guessing. Can't get there from here. I hope this reaches all the way through to the other side. There's this bit of it that shows behind the leg here. Through there, and it seemed to be okay. Yeah, I'm going to beat up this little brush too much. I'm going to use a slightly larger one to finish it off. So, keeping up with the color palette here, just finish the purple. Now I'm going to paint the edge of that, the azure color, when I get to it, but for now I wanted to make sure it's colored something. And I shouldn't be touching the top of its still wet blonde head. Okay, so the shirt, this part, and this, and the outside are definitely the azure color. And I think the sleeves as well. This big broad belt, that big broad belt will just be some sort of contrasting color. So the purple and the pink go together pretty well, don't they? Don't you think? Or don't you? And I really should have painted the scabbard before I started doing all these colors. I guess I'll just try to get these on later, and then I'll have to maybe come back and touch up. Too much way around it. So we're just going to say this cowl is a decorative feature that will be painted a different color, but the sleeves on the top here and underneath this big broad belt, there's two belts. There's this fabric belt that goes around, and then there's another like utility belt here with a buckle. Yeah, more opportunity for taste, right? Color should the scabbard of the dagger be? The belt buckle will be brass. We know. Paint the hilt of the dagger. Make that gold. Not this would be like, I want to show that off. I'm gonna just, here, I've got this color here, so I'm gonna use it. What can go wrong? It's just this tiny, tiny little feature that you just almost wouldn't see otherwise. Get this color, and then you'll see it. This is where these nice magnifying glasses would be handy. Because then I could see too. Yeah, that's why the hilt of the dagger needs to be like gold or something, so that you can actually see it. Well, that's one of those leave well enough alone moments. Jeez. Okay. You need to be allergic to that. I brought out brass. I didn't bring out gold. Yeah, my sneezes set off the dog. Gold. Somebody like this is carrying a dagger in a bright blue scabbard. You know that it's ornamental, right? So let's make it ornamented. Paint this the gold and it'll show. And I'm going to do that now before it doesn't go against where the azure is. It goes up against where this belt comes across. So I'm going to be not very careful and make sure that I get all around the edges so that, because I can, once this is painted, I'll be able to see the edges better. Paint up to it. Yeah, it's not even much of a handle. Now that I see I'm painted way over it. It's this tiny little bit of thing there. Lovely. There's that. And I'd be tempted to paint the buckle gold too, this belt, but then that would detract from the shininess of the tiny little handle, tiny little dagger. So I'm going to paint this in now with the brass, just so everybody can see it. And so I can see it. Little buckle on the second of two belts. Here's the sash that kind of goes with the outfit, you know, just this big sash thing. And then there's a utility belt. I can tell it's a utility belt because it's holding a couple of pouches and a dagger. It's kind of ill-defined. It's thin, just a thin little belt kind of thing. And I might actually paint that in sooner than later. There. There. And then the pouches dangle down from it. You know, I think I can paint the azure in. Then I'll do that later. I'll paint. No, I'm going to paint that now. You just need to decide what color to make it. Okay, what I'm going to do is going to say, okay, he's trying to match. They're trying to match some colors. Not well, but just enough so that this belt, this tiny little belt thing here, is the same color as the inside. There isn't much of it, okay? But just trying to match the color to the inside of the cape. This is an attempt at color coordination. And in doing this, it'll give me an opportunity to better define the belt buckle. And the tiny little hilt of the dagger. Tiniest little bit of it shows here on the other side of the dagger. And kind of goes, oh, okay, it goes around the back. So that's cool. We'll just do that to them. It goes around the back between the flowing kind of cloak gown thing, the cape thing, and sash across the top. Okay. Now we see how that works. And in doing so, you can begin to see how the hilt of this dagger is just so tiny. Okay, that's the pouch. So that's going to be the color of that. So it goes across the tops. Somehow or other it goes across the tops of the pouches like they hang down from the belt. I'm kind of glad I caught that. Yep. This is the sash color down here. And this is the right about there is the line of the flowing part. How are we doing on time? I have a half hour yet. Wow. These guys are really dragging the show out. Well, now we do Azure. We did the Azure before with the bonus. You can see how it ended up looking. And it'll probably look very similar here. We're going through lots of colors today. All colors. Place of the paint that didn't get used. So let's start with the brush and just I need to get the top of this up to the belt. There's 2 pouches there. They're like layered somehow. That it looks okay, and then we'll do it under the buckle, and then for some reason so it is showing here. Sure why, but it is all part of the same. Bit higher up to the belt, utility belt, and the scabbard. And I think that looks okay. I'm not sure I can do much better. Start here, where it flows over the pants like that. Use the bitty brush to do this. And I'll use a slightly larger brush to finish it off. I need to do this on the other side too. By the presence of the staff. Yeah, that's finally I did it. I got off camera, right? The presence of the staff affects the focus of my eyes. It's like a little bit like a camera trying to focus something in the background. Okay, so there's that. And then there's a sash here, so that's not an issue. And the tiny detail of up here is not an issue because that all has to be painted yet. So what I do need to do is the little bits along the bottom of the utility belt. That to be a nice even line. And then just careful, just a little bit along the side of the pants here. Bag is there. There's a space under the bag and along the scabbard of the useless dagger. Yeah, I think that'll do. I think I'll just go ahead and paint the edge. I got this brush, it seems to be working. Paint the edge of the cloak a nice fine line there. And then get some more paint out and finish it. And after I'm done with this bit, we should begin to see just how well this color palette comes along. I know it looked pretty amazing when I just lined up the bottles, right? Clean this off and get more paint out and a little larger brush. Start at the top here and do these bits, because I know otherwise I'll get like down to them and then forget about them, right? And that would be unfortunate. So it's the sleeves in the portion of the shirt that's above the sash, but below the cowl, like here. And down to there. Get that here. And the sash. Sash is very large on the front. It's like triple wrapped. Bandage closed theme goes on with that as well. Back here, it's like one wrap. In the front, it's like three. Sleeves are done. Okay. And then we'll just finish off this front and back. At this point, I should decide what color his shoes will be, what color their shoes will be, because why not? Let's get those painted in. Glowing, arrogant color cape. Okay, so we got these little bags that need to be okay, well, there's that. We're going to get out some pink paint and do that touch up, because somehow or other that got done. So I think, in the spirit of color coordination, the cowl and the sash are going to be the same color. I think that would be appropriate. I don't know what color. Some showy, offy color. But they'll be the same, whatever that color turns out to be. Kind of hard to pick a color that clashes and doesn't clash at the same time with these other colors. Maybe a darker blue. I guess maybe a darker blue would work with that, all right. Now, someone like this walking along, I'm guessing they want their shoes to stand out. They want people to notice their shoes. And so, yeah, that's what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that the cowl, the sash, and the shoes are all going to be the same color. Yep, they are. But first, I want to touch up that spot of pink, because if I don't, I'm going to forget about it's obvious. Where is it? Here, that's for some reason not pink. Isn't that paint got on it? It's like there's no paint on it. There it is. Yeah, in the back of the arm. Got a big splotch of blue, probably from a stray brush stroke. Okay, so cowl, sash, and shoes are all going to match. And they are going to match royal blue. That's the same. Okay, I know I'm kind of carrying the same themes through. This guy is using the same color themes as these guys. Maybe they come from no, I want to do something darker than that. What have I got? I don't want to get to purple. Purple color? No, I don't want purple. I'm going to use... It's a little purplish, ultramarine blue. Which I should have pulled out before, but I didn't. I'm going to find it now. Just rotating this thing here. What color was that? I should show you this sometime, but not now. Because then I have to move the camera and that would mess up everything. Let's see, that's a purple color. That's not it. I think I had it out before, but no, I'm not finding it. Weird. Weird that disappeared. Sitting out on the table. Or maybe it's in my hand. Here it is. Ultramarine blue is going to be going on the cowl, the sash, and the shoes. And then I'll have to figure out what to do with the bags a little bit later. I mean, they're going to have to be some sort of contrasting, ostentatiously colored thing too as well. Maybe those will be purple. I think the bags will be purple. And there's a couple of them, like here there's two, one layered over the other. So in the theme of the purple belt, those will probably be like the various shades of purplish as well. So I've got purple, I've got royal purple, and I've got heavy violet. And I'll be able to pull those out. And I'm running out of time, so I'll be able to pull those out on Monday. But I'm going to work on the cowl here, and the sash, and the shoes. Let's start at the hardest part. Let's start with the cowl. The cowl needs to go under the hair here. But not on the golden locks. The flowing golden locks. I guess of their whatever they are. And then down around here. Too bad. And then up in the front, I'm not sure how this is going to go. I definitely need to paint around the top, but it goes down in. So I need to kind of paint over the edge without getting it too far down. Give the impression that it's done right. So this is a bit of impressionistic painting. It's giving the impression of having been done right without necessarily having been done right. Slipped up just a little bit there in the hair. I have to come back and fix that. And around the bottom, it's a little tricky because the cowl hangs over. I can't paint up to the edge. I need to paint over the edge, but not too far over the edge. Because it's along the bottom, it doesn't show that much, so I can cheat just a little bit. Look how far over I paint. to get an even edge. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll fill this in. Things look better when they're filled in. A little more complete. Yeah. Little bitty brush is getting a workout today. Need a little more. I need to touch up with a little bit of yellow there, and I think maybe there was a spot on the other side as well, where it just got up into where the hair needs to be. Okay. The sash is also challenging. It's fairly well defined. A little less defined on the bottom, maybe. It's this dagger here. Up against these dark colors, you can see the gold. There is that. A bit harder to find it under the arm. Yep, I knew that would happen. So we will need to pull out lighter blue paint and fix that. So far, this isn't too bad. Just that one spot where the brush slipped, and the inside of the arm. I will remember because it's right on the front. So there's the sash. Let's see, yeah, here. Just right up in here. Sleeve comes down. Top of the sash is raised, and I need to paint up to it because I didn't.
goes up pretty high there. And I think that's actually the natural line for it. And then I'm at shoes. A little bit of pink there that needs to be turned azure blue. So when I get it out to fix that, this tiny little spot right at the bottom of the flowing cape kind of thing. Be using the tiny brush because I will need a tiny spot. Almost like I need a tinier brush than this, but it's hard to imagine. I had one, it was like a single bristle, but unless the paint was really thin, it didn't work very well. Okay, so a little bit more here. It needs to come down a little bit further. Yeah, it's good to look it over because sometimes there's spots like this that they weren't painted. Yeah, that was a good choice, yeah. And it's all kind of matching in its own weirdly matching way. Yeah. Yeah, those are the colors. There we go. I just need a little more azure to touch up a couple of spots. And then, don't know if I'll touch up his hair yet or not. I might not because I'm not sure the blue is dry enough yet for the yellow to work. Tiny little spot down there where the pink, there we go. And then there was, yeah, the inside of the arm. So with the hair, if I look around the edge here, it's like there's this little spot that needs to be yellow there, and another one here. And I am going to do that against my better judgment because that's the kind of thing that I'll forget to do when we come back on Monday. So I'm hoping I can just get this yellow paint to behave enough. Just do that tiniest little touch along the edge here. And then on the other side also. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I took the moment to do that because now it's done and I don't have to remember it and I don't have to worry about it. And his flowing locks are just gorgeous. All right, what I've got left to do on this one are the pouches. We're going to do in that really needs some work. I'm going to stick with the purple theme of the belt and get out the two darker purples, the royal purple and the heavy violet. Paint them heavy violet and then do this other little bit of one in the royal purple. I'm thinking the buckle's a little bit off, but no, it looks okay. Okay, so here. What are you thinking? Well, it's coming along. And then I need to paint the staff. You know, in a show of modesty, the staff will be a simple wooden staff. It'll just be brown with a little wash on it. Because, you know, who wants to show up? So I need to paint these bags. I'll get those purples out for the stream on Monday. We'll do the shaft. And I'm thinking, I don't know what color I'm going to paint the base. We've been doing brown before, and maybe I'll just continue that so that they're all the same. And then we've got this one. And this one, the color palette is much more subdued. Okay, not nearly as ostentatious. It's kind of, you know, emeralds and blue greens and kind of a brownish kind of color. So it's just like a simple sheath dress with a cloak that'll have an inner color and an outer color. That will be these three. Probably paint the inner color this brownish kind, you know. Paint the dress really bright green, and then the outside of the cloak this blue green. Okay, and then the pouches and the reagent pouches and things, those are going to stand out because they'll be like maybe bronze or bright red or who knows what. So she doesn't have too much of a color palette, but there's the three basic colors, and then we'll do something about these things on her belt. The clasp on the, we'll make that gold. Yeah, so those will be kind of simple colors, and we'll finish that. So what we'll have left on this guy is the pouches and the staff, and decide what I want to do about washing. I think I might just wash the azure like I did on the other one, because that with the blue that turned out to be pretty good. The rest of it, I'm not going to mess with the pink. The pink is just pink, right? And then we'll get the base colors on this, and we'll see how those look. And then do some brown washing on the hair, just a little streakiness on it, really light, just so that it's not yellow, but looks a little bit better. And I don't know if I'm going to wash the skin or not. I might just leave that. Okay, well, that's it for today. Thanks for joining in on Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. We're going a little late again, but that's all right. I wanted to get that last bit done. We will see you on Monday at about 10ish when I continue to work on these folks. And if I get done earlier, I will begin to work on these and see what we can do with them. Okay? So thanks again. I appreciate you watching and listening. And Monday it is, as we finish up these folks and move on to the next. Thanks again. See ya.